Hello, my friends. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. I appreciate everyone's being here this morning for we finished Ghost of Yotai. Today we are starting Silent Hill 2 Remake. I have not done anything outside of selecting a few things on the main menu here, just getting into the game, just simply because I know some games tend to throw you right into the game, and I am not opposed to that, but I didn't want to go too far and have to restart the whole bloody thing. So I want to thank everyone for this morning for being here. I want to thank Alucard for his sub. It makes me very happy. But as we get started today, I am back, Alucard. Welcome back. If you guys would do me the favor and the honor of following me on Twitch, Twitter, and Rumble. Ooh, gosh. Also, a subscription on YouTube would be great. I'm trying to become monetized on Rumble and YouTube by the end of the year, and I need, especially on YouTube, a whole litany of help. So whatever you guys can do to help you with that, I appreciate it. As we are getting into this, and I am trying my best. All right, so Silent Hill 2. Full disclosure, it has been decades since I've played Silent Hill 2, much less the remake here. I'm going to turn the brightness up a little bit, just because I know these games can get a little dark. So I want to make sure we're doing that. Gameplay, graphics, okay, gameplay. We have dynamic, minimal. I'll do dynamic. Thickness is normal. All that. I'll go white. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Graphics. Normal vision is fine. High contrast mode enables high contrast. Alright, let's see what happens. We're going to go standard, standard. Everything's going to be standard. Graphic mode default. 90s. We'll go default. Here we go. Probably. But gaming companies don't go into their games without planning their DLC ahead of time. And when you shared that, I was like, they're like, oh, maybe. It's like, that's not how it is. It'll probably happen. They don't go into development without. Well, they could be developing it right now, and if the sales don't justify it, I think American McGee is probably done. Just simply because I don't foresee. While gaming is very much a Me Too kind of business, it would take something, a rebirth of the survival horror in a way to where fans would demand something like that to come out. Right now, I don't. It's just not. I don't see it in the cards, especially not with EA. Everyone sees that town.
Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did.
Office space for rent.
Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. waiting for you.
Right. It would be up to EA if they own the IP.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Could Mary really be here?
She's quite contrary.
Really alive? Waiting for me?
No control yet. Graphically, this isn't as impressive. There we are. Now we have control. As I kind of thought it might be. At least not off the bat. His hair looks a little odd, and there's a fuzz around it. Something I've noticed about a lot of games. I don't know if you guys can see this or not, but yeah, that's how it is with all of that. Alucard, you're exactly correct. If you make something on company with company resources on company time, you get the company effectively owns it. But it also comes down to here's the thing. I would love to see his contract and what it actually with EA had, because he could get residuals and such if EA moves forward with another Alice game without him. Okay. He should still get a cut, I would think, but I guess it would depend on his contract and what he had going into it with EA. But if you've never seen like the story of Tetris, for instance, the guy who created Tetris in Russia did it with company, well, not company, but state-owned computers and on state time. So when people came a knocking in the West to get the rights of the game for him, they had to go through Russia. They had to go through the USSR because the USSR technically owned it according to their records. Why can't he is not running at all. Here we go. There we go. L1 to run. Or jog a little bit. But anyway, he's got a little bit of a fuzzy halo around his head for his hair is, which is something I've noticed in a lot of games that they do that. And I only see it because, I think the only reason why I see it is because I'm playing this on an 8K television. So, I don't know about anybody else that, has a 4K or just a high definition TV. If you see it like this, the way that I see it. But I see there's a fuzz around his head. Do we have a subscreen? We do. And there's Mary. She's quite contrary. All right. But I do, I do see it. But yeah, the thing is that if you have a creative idea for a company, okay, and things have changed quite a bit over the years, all right? So let's just look at it from the sense of it's game development. Oh, okay. Game development used to go. and then you drink that water because that's just a great thing to do. It used to be if you had an idea for a game, let's just say I've got a great idea for a game, right? I could have, in the past, 20 years ago, I would have shopped it around. I would have gone to EA and Activision and Capcom and Square Enix and Konami and all these other companies to see which one could provide what I would need to make the game a hit.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was just...
Hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you.
Is this a dude?
I'm kind of lost.
Yeah.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Don't go down that road.
But... I think you should stay away.
Yeah, it's Silent Hill. Haven't you seen the movies or played the first game?
There's something wrong with it. And it's not just the fog either.
Is it dangerous?
Yes.
Maybe. It's kind of hard to explain, but
I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not.
All right, so that just basically sums it up right there. He's done with EA.
I'm looking for... someone. Someone very important to me.
Me too.
Doesn't mean they'll follow it.
I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry, it's not your problem.
No, I hope you find them.
I hope you find them.
Too.
Okay. So I don't know who that is. But anyway, if I had a great idea for a game, I'd take it and, all right, what do you got for us, girl? You going to tell us something else?
Did you want anything else?
No, it's just...
That's interesting. He can still do that.
Does it seem unsettling to you?
Guess. It's just through the gate and down the path. You'll get there in no time.
But it is, like I said, I would fish around, and then I would find the publisher that was right for me, and then it would be a contract involved where I get, or my company, my development company, or me, or whoever would get X amount of the profits. The publisher would get X amount of the profits, and there would be licensing and things like that. For instance, plushies, as you were saying, Alucard, merchandise. What would be expected of me? What would be expected of my publisher? Let's just say it's EA. What would be expected of the publisher? How much money would be promised for marketing? How much money would be promised for development? And EA would have the right to actually come in and want to increase or decrease the budget based off of how the game development goes. So if I'm producing a game that looks really, really good, they'll go, oh, hey, how much more would you need to make this a really excellent, a true AAA experience? And then we would negotiate further from there. Also, they would have the right to come in and go, you know what? Your game kind of looks like ass right now, so we are going to pull back some of our funding. Alice is public domain, yes. But it's it depends. But he's the one who created it. I think it would come down to again, it depends on the contract, because the fact is that, like, if we take a look at Winnie the Pooh, Winnie the Pooh is public domain, but the Winnie the Pooh image that just came into your head when I said it, that is owned by Disney. So you cannot do that version of Winnie the Pooh. You can't make a plushie off of Winnie the Pooh like that. You have to come up with your own Winnie the Pooh style, artistic style to do that. You can't just take what they made, copy it, and put it out. You will get sued, especially by Disney. Especially by Disney. Must be locked. So, but then, from there I can, once it's all said and done and we have everything going. I want to get into town window, fix the spare keys are in the drawer. Then get the window. Okay. Spare keys are in the drawer. But
Hello? Anyone in here?
well, there's a spare key. No health items, no weapons, no nothing yet. Yeah, I would do the third game. People vote in the third game. Don't worry about DLC. Worry about the third game. I was kind of shocked they did DLC for the first one. But that's how it works with game development. Probably the biggest one I can tell you that I remember that where it worked out in a specific way was Shadows of Mordor. Uh, Shadows of Mordor was came up with a really cool idea, and I'm pretty sure somebody else developed that idea, and Warner Brothers ended up purchasing it from them. But another one, it's like Borderlands. Borderlands is now the property of 2K. 2K published all of them, the first 4 Borderlands games, but they didn't own Borderlands because Gearbox was still considered to be independent developer at that point. Well, when Embracer Group bought them and then they sold them to 2K, now 2K owns Borderlands, as well as Duke Nukem and Band of Brothers and all the other games that Gearbox had come up with. But that is, they ended up purchasing the Shadows of Mordor engine and turning it into something for Lord of the Rings because it was so unique, the Nemesis system. Pretty sure somebody else came up with that. I could be wrong, but they had to negotiate, and now the person who came up with that's probably pretty well off, even though they haven't used it in a while because they turned around and did another Shadows of Mordor and made it into a live service disaster, and people saw right through it. And people who are defending live service disasters like that really don't understand game development or how the games industry really should be working. We have a map, so that's good. Welcome to Silent Hill. Press up to open the map. Okay, good. So we do have a map we can use. And of course, there are other games too. If you look at a lot of your first person your games that are licensed, especially back in the day, 20 years ago, Xbox 360, PS3 time, if you saw like one of the Transformers games come out based off of one of the movies, you might have realized it kind of feels a little awkward, and the reason why is because it probably didn't start as a Transformers game, probably started as something else, and they turned it into that after getting the license. A customer came in today, ordered a mixed bouquet, red and white. I tried to explain it's bad luck, but he wouldn't decide on just one. He seemed a bit off, looked at me like I wasn't even there, then just left, said he'd be back to pick him up later. I just wanted to let you know since I might be gone by then. Okay. Bad luck. Red and white flowers together are bad luck. See, brother's in this here, and we've already seen 2 places where there's nobody, and these flowers and plants are dying. That's a freaking sign, brother. You need to I don't care who is downtown. You need to get your ass out of here.
What is this?
It's probably blood. Hey, Grizzled! Silent Hill souvenir stand. Okay, I see. Last time I played Silent Hill was around the time the PlayStation 2 came out, when it came out on PlayStation 2. So it has been 20 years since I played Silent Hill 2, at least. And it always makes me laugh because they haven't remade 1. They need to remake the first one. Barbed wire on top there. It's funny that in the original game, the fog I think was put in because the RAM wasn't enough that you could see farther. What the hell map is this? Okay. Oh, I'm on Colonel Sanders Street. But now the fog is here for mood. Yeah, see this shit right here? This is the entire reason you don't stay in a town like this. I walk into a town and I see a wall of freaking blankets or sheets put up over a fence like this. That's a sign. I'm gone. You just forget it. Especially if there's nobody here. There's nobody here at all. I'd be like, bye, peace, out. Yeah, it's the atmosphere now. But I think in the original games they put it in there because they couldn't render the buildings off in the distance. Okay, but nothing there. That's locked. All right. I used to go. I remember watching the first. Oh, okay. Well, that's one of those creepy monster-looking things. Um, I think it's a bit of both, Grizzled, if I'm not mistaken. I probably there's other people who know more about it than I do. I know they all take place in Silent Hill, except I think F doesn't. And I do think they're all linked in some way or another. He needs to run faster. Once again, I'm gone. Sorry. I see this. I'm leaving. Now the door's open over there. So there is a way in, but it's on the other side of this. And apparently we can't get past that wall of blankets because people might get cold. Wait a minute. Let's go this way. The entire atmosphere of this game tells me I'm out. I wouldn't go this way. I'd be like, oh, piss off. You're on your own. No, yeah. So they don't want us getting into that building, at least not yet. Unless we go the long way around, all the way up to Nathan Avenue and then down Needley Street. Well, let's, I guess, try that. I'm going the right way. Nope, I'm not. I'm going back the way I came. Didn't mean to do that. Very moody music. The funny thing is that if you play the original Resident Evil 2, you do actually get to one of the first places you go to is a gun store, and I'm like, hell yeah, gun store! But they don't have any weapons there hardly at all. In actual time. Is there a Silent Hill town in the USA though? I don't. If there's a Silent Hill, I would not want to live there. What happened to this town? Shit just happened, and you need to get out. I don't care where Mary is and how quite contrary she might be. I would be gone. Just forget about it. I'd be out of here. I'd be like, no, we're not doing this today. We can't get anywhere. We're completely blocked off. Or yeah, this is a good idea. Going down an alleyway through somebody's yard. That sounds gross. Something's over there. Correct. 2 Silent Hill movies. I didn't mind the first one that much. Without a weapon, I don't like this at all. Pick up that wrench. Seriously, pick up the wrench. Pick up the hammer. Am I like the only person in the entire history of horror movies where it's like if you're going through a creepy ass place like this, pick up the wrench, pick up the hammer, pick up the candlestick, Colonel Mustard. You have to protect yourself. Look around to find objects marked by white cloth. Okay. Don't know quite what that means, but hey. Must be that crawling in there. But I must be the smartest person in the history of horror films and horror games, because for me it would be like, I don't know. Okay, I don't see the point of that noise, but whatever. It's red. So anything red, you can save your game? That's kind of weird. Yeah, plus they killed the cop in the movie. And the cop, you can kill her in the first game, but you're not supposed to. Wow, you know you're screwed when you got a little CRT TV here. Can't even spring for a flat panel. Nutrition supplement. Take that. Don't know if I want those cookies though. They look like they've probably expired. Yeah, they killed her, and like in the original game, it was an optional save that if you when you fought her at the end, she had this monster on her back, and if you shot her dead, the game was okay, fine, she's dead. But you could save her if you shot the thing on her back and only the thing on her back. You couldn't do anything to her. It was all on. I got the fuzz. Remember, the fuzz sounding means there's monsters around, usually. All the more reason to pick up that bottle. Who sewed him up? I hope so. They need to do a good job with it. All right, so now we pick up a board with nails in it. How do we hit? Oh, okay. Oh. If I die, I die. I'll do it again. I really kind of messed that up. Yeah, it is. That's just a syringe. Yeah, that makes you feel better. Why the hell not? Just shoot yourself up with something you find. Curiosity, wooden plank, nails, an improvised weapon. I was to say, where's my board? And where are we on the map? Okay, we're up here now. She's quite contrary. Oh, am I supposed to read that? I mean, it's weird. Yeah. I remember, yeah, Ninja, it would have been good. I want to say they only did it in Japan. You can get it now via emulation, but I don't know how legal that is. It's Tecmo. Didn't Tecmo make that? Or am I wrong? I could be wrong. Oh. That didn't sound good. Once again, no thank you. Oh, so it was SNK. Okay, it's even... Yeah. Well, I hear something. What was that back there? Is that like a... Do they mark save points in red? I think they do. I think the save points are... Yeah, the save points are put out in red. Yeah. Hi, Lee. Good to see you, man. Gotta love Silent Hill. Alright, so we saw in here earlier, and so they had to put something in here for us to find. We peeked in through the window, right? Or not. We got what, money? Cave his head in. Right, Whiskey? That's right. That's what we do. We got a bar coin. Don't know what the bar coin is for yet, but we'll figure it out. That sounds about right, though, quite honestly, that they have to do that. With the way rights with gaming stuff works these days. That looks like a health supplement. So take that. And we want some coffee? They have coffee. Tell Yarny they got coffee here. Spill the beans over an honest cup of coffee. Enjoy the moment, enjoy the memories. Okay, so what's the point of that? Pancakes, French toast, grilled chicken, cheese and bacon, tomato soup, and mixed greens. They have free coffee. It's not just coffee, guys. They have free coffee. I don't drink coffee, though. America. Don't see anything here. Is that beer on tap? Jacob's Lager. That's funny. Jacob's Lager is is a great name for a beer. Reference to the movie Jacob's Ladder. See, that's the place you want to go. Get yourself some scissors, something with a blade on it, so you can... Yeah, whatever. Andy's bookstore. I honestly didn't know I could do that, but I did it anyway. After a thorough examination, the expert hazards from okay. No, we're not going to take that. I guess not. Yes, Tim Robbins, Jacob's Ladder. Why do they have openable like lockers and then there's frickin' nothing in there? What's the whole point of having it open? It's a waste of resources. Alright, there's something here. And it's gone. It was a little bug. Oh, we have another bug. Oh. Hi. So you can break vending machines. I didn't know that. Asshole. Asshole. Asshole! Do I, like, use the coin, maybe? No money. Okay. Well. I am doing great, Lee. Thank you for asking. Wait, how much did it cost? $2 to do your laundry? Good Lord. Yep, I'm going to do that on Thursday. I'm going to do the Halloween-themed stuff. Absolutely. Already there. Already planning it. I did a little bit of Borderlands 4 this morning after we finished Ghost of Yotai, so... Oh, hi, it's another one of you. Asshole. Okay, looks like you can break any window, but whether it does you any good or not is something completely different. Can we break? Yeah. pizza. I have to say, I've gotten some pretty shitty pizza over the last week. I kind of feel like I need to do something pizza-wise in the next couple of days to get my taste back for pizza, because I've had some pretty crappy pizza. Oh, there's another thing. Oh gosh, there's another one too. I'm trying to get to a place where they'll have to come to me through a window or something, and I could curb stomp them. Well. Oh, something's here. Or not in here, out in there maybe. Yeah, it's inside that building. Okay. Ah. I kind of feel like I don't know, I tend to be a hoarder. I don't like using items. What? There's another one. And another one over here. Asshole. Stop. In the name of love. No, we gotta read this. We gotta leave. Meet me there at Texan Coffee, huh? I mean cafe. Nothing. That looks like there's a key. I don't have a key for that. Another one of those guys. They're slow enough. We don't really have to fight them, I don't think, if we don't want to. It looks like, what is the zoom for, or the Neely's bar? I mean, we were just at Neely's bar. What's the deal with it? Gozo's Sushi. Japanese restaurant. Sushi, tempura, temaki, and udon. Okay. Okay, so apparently the bad guys actually respawn. So that is going to stop me from wanting to fight everything. If they're gonna frickin' respawn. Okay, didn't even know I could go in here, but here we are. There's a bug. Apartment 5 left his key. Says there's a leak from upstairs. Got to check it out. Okay, well, where's his key? Strawberry cheesecake. Oh. Gotta love strawberry cheesecake. That looks like something important. We'll worry about that later. Ah, pardon me. This is the green pharmacy. Wow, those drugs are expensive. Very expensive. Got a syringe. You know how much we love shooting ourselves up with unknown chemicals. Oh, there's the apartment we're looking for. Apartment number 5. He says he got a leak or something. Oh, he wanted to take a leak. See, that's something that I've always... See, that's lazy right there. You see that, this denim jacket? How it looks like somebody's wearing it when they're not? That's kind of... Unless there's a whole bunch of, like, starch in that jacket, it wouldn't hang that way. So that's kind of lazy graphics design right there. Can we knock that down? I guess not. lot of dramatic noises in this game. And she washed it all away. It all started to make sense again. It's this place. I can't fight it. Gotta head straight. Quick stop at Texan. Okay, the quickie mart is where we need to go. All right, here we go. We're going this way. This bathroom needs to be remodeled. Is what it needs to do. It definitely needs to. Oh, this is not good. No, don't you? No, no, no. You just don't stick your hand in there, but you're gonna do it anyway because I'm telling you to. Okay. The jukebox button. You could be a jukebox hero with stars in his eyes. Thank you for following me. I appreciate it. Oh, black. So Keanu has a stalker. That's not good. He has many stalkers. Exactly why Keanu is the way that he is, though. I don't blame the dude. Is he? I mean, he's not married, right? Is he even dating anybody? Because we practically know. Well, we don't really know a lot about him outside of the fact that he's apparently like the world's nicest guy, and that he shoots competitively now because of John Wick. Let's open the door and see what happens. We're back out into the street. And I mean, the whole point of that was to get the jukebox button. Where does it say? Let's look at our map here. Where the hell is... Oh, there's a Happy Burger. And Big J's, there's Groovy Music. Let's check. Groovy Music might have the jukebox, maybe. Okay, so he is dating somebody. Good for him. We don't know a lot about him. All right, word to Happy Burger. Yeah, you're not gonna sneak up on me, shithead. Feel the craving? You just can't help it? Go for it. Happy Burger. What you need is what you get. On the run, grab something to go. You bet. Who doesn't want a Happy Burger? Wait a minute. I hit you. You're supposed to be dead. And there's two of them. There's also one right there. Okay, so I need to get better at dodging, I guess. There we go. He deserves that. He doesn't owe anybody anything. You know, I feel the biggest allure to the Hollywood celebrity was always their mysteriousness, that we didn't know a lot about them. Once social media hit and we started to get to know these people, we realized what a bunch of whack jobs most of them are. And that's what the nice thing about guys like Keanu is that we don't hear really anything about him doing anything goofy or doing anything odd or mean or anything like that. He's just a really nice guy, from what we understand. Oh, that's good. So I can get the syringe I just used. I'm going to run by you. I don't need to fight you, so I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm the same way. That's why I said, oh shit. You know, I went to TwitchCon a couple years ago, and I felt really out of place there. I always feel out of place at places like that, just simply because I tend to be kind of introverted. I'm not one that opens up in big public spaces. And you know, people can say what they want. You know, some folks take that as someone is arrogant, but in reality, it's not that way at all. It's just that people like me, tend to not want to be the center of attention like that. He just started smashing the thing. Had to throw him out. He ran off. Cried. He'd fix everything. I gathered what I could. Still haven't found one of the buttons. Okay. So, that's for the jukebox hero. Let's see. That looks like a jukebox to me. I have the button. Why can't I use the button? Apparently there's more to this puzzle than I'm aware of. Yeah, that's the thing, is that some people just don't like to talk, especially about themselves. It's different on stream. As far as I'm concerned, this is like a different doohickey. What is that? Oh, I can save. But I don't volunteer. Like I don't go to bars. I don't go out. I've never been to a club before in my life. I don't have a key for that. Well, what does the note say, now that I think about it? I got one of the buttons. Other part is missing. Good run towards Groovy. Okay, so where's Groove? Thank you, Whiz Kid. Yeah, I'm very much more of a listener than a talker. I find much more. There was a hole here. It's gone now. Okay. Like I said, I don't go to bars, I don't go to clubs, I don't really do a lot of that. Okay, he went to groovy music, so we need to go down to groovy music. That's where we'll probably find the second half of our record, right? But you know, I'm damn near 50 years old. I went to I just don't open up as easily to people I don't know, and it's just how some of us are the older we get, you know. Dick. Lucky Jade Restaurant. Groovy is over here. There's Groovy. Groovy. Oh, there's somebody here. There's something here. Well, what's the point of me dodging if he's just going to hit me anyway? Dick. Janitor came the other day, drunk and in tears, had a hack record with him, kept yelling how we got to fix it. Okay. So they have half a record and I guess the glue. Color me crazy, but I'm pretty sure that's not how you fix a vinyl record, but you know, what do I know? Yeah, I'm glad you liked the GameStop horror video. There's more stories of that. That's just one of the ones that came to my head. It just GameStop actively telling you to rip off your customers is a something I will never forgive the idiot I used to work for. Think so? Okay. Okay, he's back up. They don't respawn. They just... You can't kill them. At least not with this. Let's head on back to the... Is this... Can't get in that way. I just offer my perspective on them, quite honestly. I know there's a lot of folks out there who do a ton of research, and I like watching that stuff. I don't know about anybody else, but I do love the idea of learning about gaming history, because guys, that's a lot of our modern day stuff. You know, it's modern day history. Okay, now that we've got this, put that in there. Boy, it's a 3-part thing. Okay. Thank you, Alucard. I was indeed there. I still... The thing that shocks me about the GPG thing is my idiot boss had no idea, or at least he probably did at one point, that there's more to customer service than just taking money from people. And that really, really stuck in my craw wrong that he did that.
Spent the whole day there.
Because I'm the one who has to answer to those parents. I'm the one who has to answer to those kids. And he's like, no. You need to get that $3. We need that GPG money. And it's just like, no. That's not how this works. Now, I'm the one who's got to look those parents in the eye. I'm the one who... And I made lots of exceptions for regular customers. Oh, we have a key. It's Neely's bar key. Okay. But I had to... I mean, I'm the one who had to answer to the parents. I'm the one who had to look them in the eye. And he didn't have to. But he's still sitting there telling you, you're the one who's got to rip off these kids. And it's... I'm sorry. I couldn't stand that mentality. Well, think about it, Alcor. I don't have any kids. I don't know if you have any kids or not. But here's the thing. If you had your son or daughter work all summer to buy a brand new game. There's a game coming out in the fall they really, really want. And you have them, they mow lawns, they crush cans, they do, whatever in order to save up for their game. And then you show up to the GameStop to buy the game, and the guy behind the counter's like, you don't have enough because you need to get the guarantee. You need to get them, you got to get this, you got to get that. You got to reserve a game. You need to make sure you renew your subscription card. All these things make that kid feel like shit and make the parent angry. And the idiots at GameStop never at all saw that. Just fine. He didn't try anything. Just seemed sad. Mumbled something about getting out of town with someone. I wasn't going to let him drive in his condition, so I locked him out. His car should be out back. Ending in 06. Okay, so this janitor who went nuts apparently knows more than what it is. But you'd be pissed, and the kid would feel like shit. And I never did that. Not to that. Well, I shouldn't say never did that. I never tried to do that. I never tried to make anyone feel bad. I'm sure, law of averages, you do make people feel bad every once in a while. It's just how it is. But I never openly set out to just go, F this person. I'm going to make this person feel bad. I never really wanted to do that. I never tried to do that. And GameStop didn't give a rat's ass. They didn't care. For them, it was all about the cash. That's all it was. It wasn't about pleasing customers. It wasn't about giving people what they wanted. It wasn't about expanding the industry or trying to make people happy with their purchase and get them excited for what's coming out. It was yeah. Well, I was there before it was before they did it. The pro membership. They had the Game Informer card, and what it was you got $10. You got 10% off used, 10% on extra when you traded stuff in. So a penny per 10 cents, and you got 10 months of Game Informer. And then they turned around and they jacked up the price on it and made it harder to sell, and then got onto you when you raised questions about it. Correct, happy customers do come back. But they didn't care. That's the whole thing, is that they thought GameStop's biggest problem, their hugest folly, their biggest folly, their biggest folly is that they thought that their brand was bigger than the industry. They thought they were gaming, and everyone had no choice but to shop at GameStop. That they were the most important thing. Oh, okay, what do we got here? That gaming started and ended with them. And they found out real quick that that's not the case. I don't have to fight you. I'm not going to. I got a piece of wood with a nail in it. Yeah, well, they were. The thing is that when they bought EB Games, they effectively became half the gaming industry as far as retail goes at the time. Because Amazon was still getting their footing. They were making a dent, and GameStop knew it, but they weren't making much of one yet. Walmart was still considered king. But for every game that was sold outside of GameStop, GameStop sold a game. So they were half of the industry for a long time. What the shit? Where did you come from? Okay, I really want to look at this key now. Woodside Apartments. Okay. Woodside Apartments. Okay, we actually have the key to that now. That man was here again. So who's that man? This guy is apparently like infamous. Good, I'm glad. I had to adjust the brightness on this just to be safe. Oh, okay, this is right. But that GameStop was half of the gaming industry. So in GameStop's defense, they were right to have the big head in a way, but they thought that the thing would ever challenge them. That was their whole thing. I was in several meetings with management at GameStop where they were just basically like, dude, we're good. As long as things stay the way that they are, you know, no one can touch us. And that might have been the case. But when you it's like I went in my GameStop video. If you piss off all three legs of your stuff, you know, you piss off your customers, you piss off your employees, you piss off your marketing partners, you are effectively done. That's what happened to GameStop. Is this another jute box? What is this? Oh. Okay. Stuff that we don't have yet. Three bright coins in the 5 holes. Be first sits the maiden underneath the tree. Okay, so it's just basically we have to find these coins. They're probably somewhere in this apartment. Handgun ammo. Okay. Who the hell just has 3 bullets? Go buy yourself some more bullets, dude. $40 right quick. Right quick, huh? Pretty quick. Well, it's like I went through on my video and I said that response to your complaint regarding the gunshots coming from apartment 217. We paid a visit to a tenant and he stressed he does not own any firearms. He was fully cooperative and granted us access to his apartment. True to his words, we did not find any weapons or traces of using one. Should noise produce please inform the janitor. Okay. So there's a firearm in apartment 217. Probably a handgun. You never know. Try to open 50 locked. Okay. Well, doesn't feel like it was 50, but I guess it was. Can't get that way. More handgun ammo. And I'm afraid to even use handgun ammo at this point. If I had a handgun. Because it's survival horror. Who knows? But they kind of ran into this situation where, because when they bought EB, Walmart, Target, Best Buy, they all lost their damn minds because GameStop was such a big part of the industry at that point that they were undeniable. You know, they were, like I said, for every one game that Walmart would sell, GameStop would sell a game. Every game that Target sold, GameStop would sell a game. And it basically became a... Oh, shit! Holy crap! I was not expecting that. Get to the courtyard now. Are they the clothes of your girl that your girl was wearing in her picture? Yeah, it is. The exact same. Yeah, it's back then. No one cared, honestly. Alucard, VG, Play Asia, limited run. Oh, I don't think it even was limited run back then. But a lot of companies didn't. They weren't. I can't stress enough how important of a retail entity Walmart is to most retail companies. Walmart, you don't negotiate with Walmart. Walmart demands that if they're going to carry your product, that you give them the best deal possible. They demand it. There is no negotiation there. They tell you if you're selling a game to GameStop for $45, we want it for $44.50. You know, they want the best deal. They don't want there to be any sort of negotiation, no sort of anything. It's you will do what we want you to do. And they're a bully, is what they are. And so when GameStop is selling more games than you are, and it has nothing to do with price, Walmart loses their damn mind. And they pitched a fit and got a lot of changes in the industry that we're still feeling to this day, quite honestly. But Walmart still is. They carry a ton of weight when it comes to retail. Yeah, it's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't know how Amazon negotiates, but Walmart doesn't negotiate. Walmart basically tells you what they're willing to pay and what they're willing to do, and you will abide by that, or it just won't be there. And in gaming, if you want to see a great example of that and how much a lot of game companies have needed Walmart, it is the Sega Saturn. The Sega Saturn had a 6-month or 3-month, I think it was 6 months, exclusivity at Toys R Us and EB Games. And so no Walmart, no Target, nowhere else could you get a Sega Saturn or any Sega Saturn games because of the way Sega had done that. Well, when it was all said and done, and finally the 6 months was up, here comes Sega going to Walmart saying, "Okay, guys, if you want Saturn stuff, you can have Saturn stuff now." And Walmart basically told them flat out, "Look, if we weren't good enough to carry it 6 months ago, we're not good enough to carry it now. Stick it up your ass." And when that happened, that just was the knife in the heart of the Sega Saturn right there, because of the poor business decisions. And the sad thing is that they didn't have any games out for the bloody thing for the first 6 or 7 months. So it was a complete waste. They were trying to get a head start on Sony, and I get it because of what we knew they knew Sony was capable of, but it just destroyed it. Just destroyed the whole thing. Walmart telling Sega no killed the Saturn. It absolutely killed the Saturn. Because everyone needed Walmart at that time. There was no GameStop. It was retail. I'm getting all this handgun ammo. I don't want to. I hear something. Yeah, there's something around here. It's a bug. So basically, Sega took the Saturn, their next big console, gave 6 months exclusivity to two companies, and then turned around and didn't release any games for it, so they didn't get any traction. It was $100 more expensive than the PlayStation, and when it was all said and done, companies like Walmart basically just said, "We don't care. We're not going to carry it," and they didn't. Walmart didn't carry it for the longest time until Sega was reeling and they were about to put a cap on it. There's a key. The little girl comes in and steals the key. They had Virtua Fighter came packed with it, the very first Virtua Fighter, and then they had Daytona USA, Panzer Dragoon, Clockwork Knight, and I think Bug had come out at that point too, and that was it. There was really, I thought there might have been a Romance of the Three Kingdoms or something like that, but there was it was very slim pickings for the Saturn. And when by the time that the next year, we got like Virtua Fighter 2, we got Clockwork Knight 2, we got Panzer Dragoon 2. We started getting some pretty good games, but at that point, it didn't matter. No one, they had no presence in retail outside of Toys R Us and EB Games. They were cooked. They were completely cooked. Sony was everywhere. Sega wasn't. What the hell? Oh, I didn't even... Jeez. There were good games on the Saturn. The Saturn is a very underrated console, but because it went the way that it did, Sega's never revisited it. So you don't get the mini Sega Saturn. You don't get the collections that have, Dragon Force and Panzer Dragoon and all those great games that came out for the Sega. But again, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it in the long run? It was Sega. They did everything wrong. Every time they turned left with the Sega Saturn, they should have turned right. Every time they turned right, they should have turned left. Like I said, it's got nothing to do with how good the games were. The games were fine. It just comes down to the fact that they had no idea what they were doing with their marketing, and they had no idea what they were doing with their business partners. Again, and that's the reason why you don't piss off your marketing partners at all. How do I get in over there? If you piss off your marketing partners, you're completely screwed. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, there's our key. Music. You know what's missing from this game is the Silent Hill theme. It's pretty nice modern sync considering how everything else looks like shit in this town. I agree, Grizzle. Why let those IPs, why let those games rot? I mean, let's just think about this for a second. And I don't have my Rumble chat up, and I should. You're sitting on a collection of great games that very few people played, that you can reproduce and put out on the cheap. Why wouldn't you do that? Makes no sense. There's something over there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that I would put out a Sega Saturn collection in a heartbeat. You're sitting on these games. You can stick them on a disc or stick them on a Switch cartridge. Put them out. You know, get your $40 and. Golden apple handle. Okay, well that's different. We're collecting a lot of shit, and I don't know what any of this shit does, so. They're sitting on it, and they're not doing anything with it. Boy, I'm not doing very well in this game. Yeah, for Switch, I would put them on Switch. I'd put them on, PlayStation. Put them on Xbox. Put them wherever. Put them on Steam, for Christ's sake. Put them everywhere. You're sitting on them. I'm not saying you got to go back and do a huge remaster on them, although considering the time period, you do need to do a remaster on them for high definition. Why the hell wouldn't you do that? Why? What's the point of not doing that? I don't think there is one. They're all doing it right now. That's the thing. Except Capcom. Capcom has been smart. Capcom will put out a collection. They'll put things out. It's the hallway key. They'll put stuff out for the Sega for the arcade collections and stuff like that. And I think there's more that Capcom could do, but at least Capcom is trying to preserve what they've got. And Konami has to be fair, they've put out remasters. I'm being kind to Konami here. That's my remote. That's my controller making that noise. I don't have that open. Oh god, it's Pyramid Head. Y'all see that, right? That was Pyramid Head. Get me the hell away from Pyramid Head right now. He's just waiting. He's just like in the wings like, son of a bitch, I got shit for you. Nintendo does do it. They just charge you at the yin yang for it. And Sega does too, but only for the game, only for like Sega Genesis. He damn sure did. I wasn't prepared for that. That was Pyramid Head. Get me the hell away from Pyramid Head. I got no quarrel with Pyramid Head right now. Oh wait, I have this golden apple. Does that go on this thing or back over here? Nope. Okay. For those who don't know about Pyramid Head and Silent Hill, do yourself a favor and don't screw with him. I don't mind them re-releasing Virtual Boy. I blame them for charging $100 for it. Shit. Wrong button. And there's another one over here. God, I'm just sucking. Like I need health items like a fat kid needs donuts. Out. Supposedly Nintendo's doing okay though with the Switch too. Like they're planning on ramping up production or something like that. That they expect a big holiday. Of course, it's Nintendo. Nintendo always sells well during the holidays. For those who don't know, dead serious when I say this is that when I worked at the GameStop, you would go. They would send you the month before November. You'd get in like 100 Nintendo DSs, and you go, "What the hell am I going to do with these?" And by the middle of December, you were sold out. Nintendo stuff always sells during the holidays. Nice was a great game. Nights was a pseudo 3D game. It made you feel like you were in 3D when you really weren't. Oh, that's right. I have that picture. Valentine's Day. And the number 4 is on the back. I don't know why the number 4 is there, but hey, whatever. Yeah, Yeah, you might think that oh, Nintendo's never going to do this. You just wait till November. November, December, Nintendo stuff it goes, it's gangbusters. It goes absolutely gangbusters. A Link Between Worlds 3DS? Do you want one of those? Like this one? It's got the black on the back there. There's something here. Oh, it's a bug. A scarab. Please deliver these. Oh, that's not all. I'll tell you, I'll show you the harder one to get. This is the harder one to get. Is the Majora's Mask one. This one is much harder to get than this one was. In fact, I have a interesting thing about that. I pre-ordered this from the tag from Best Buy, and they didn't bother telling me at all that they had sold out of them before I did my and I don't even like Majora's Mask, but I have it. But I pre-ordered it from Best Buy, and the day it comes out, the day they were supposed to ship it, they refunded my money without telling me why, without telling me they were sold out. So I called them and just bitched at them like crazy. I got them on the phone. I was like, look, if you guys told me when I pre-ordered it that you were out, I would have had time to go elsewhere to find one. And now you guys you waited to the last minute to tell me I'm not getting one. Now I'm not getting one. What the hell? And they were like, well, basically sorry. So about 2 months later, I walk into a Best Buy, and they have them there on the floor. They have them there just waiting for people to buy it. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, it was a dick move. Absolutely a dick move. It's like if you're sold out, you're sold out. I get it. I'm not mad that you guys are sold out. I'm mad you waited till the day before the thing came out, the day the thing came out, to tell me that I wasn't getting one after I pre-ordered one 3 months earlier. And then they had them on the floor at one of the local Best Buys around here. So that's how I got mine. But I was pissed. I was absolutely pissed. That's like Tales of Vesperia. GameStop had a limited edition steelbook edition of that game. Oh, that's not what I wanted. No, whatever. We might go to easy mode. Just because I am sucking something fierce. But they had this limited edition Tales of Vesperia with the steelbook. And here I go. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Where the hell am I now? Oh, they took me back to my save. Oh, that sucks. And so I ordered it from the GameStop website. Didn't say I was an employee. Didn't do anything. Just was like, I'll order it. They sent me the game, and it was in an envelope instead of a box, and it bent it all to hell. The steelbook had a kink in it like this. It went up. So I called them and I said, what the hell did you guys do? And then they told me, and oh, well, just send it back. We'll send you another one. So I sent it back to them, and then they refunded my card. And I said, where's my game? And they said, well, we ran out. And I said, that's not what you told me when I called you. You told me you had plenty. Oh, I'm sorry, but, oh, you assholes. I was pissed. I was absolutely pissed. And again, I completely get it if you know you run out of things and stuff like that. But honestly speaking, GameStop, you have a limited edition. You don't put a limited edition in an envelope. Sorry, especially if it's a steelbook. Don't put it in there. Unless it's like Amazon has their own people, they do their own thing. Exactly correct. Amazon has their own transportation, so at least I get that.
Is anyone there?
Well, at least there won't be a jump scare here. We know what's about to happen. Yeah, Amazon does. I will be completely fair and honest with, and I'm not saying this because Alucard's my buddy, even though he is. Amazon is actually very, very good about their customer service from what I have dealt with. Have they effed up a time or two? Yeah, they have, but usually they do whatever they can to make it right. And they're not alone. They're not alone at all. It's other companies screw up too. Yeah, I just dealt with them over a refund thing, and they actually were quite good. So it's I know there's a lot of disdain out there for big business, and believe me, I understand. I'm not a fan of billion-dollar corporations myself, but the truth of the matter is that at least Amazon owns up to when they screw things up, and they take care of it. I ordered something from eBay many moons ago. It was before I moved in with Desi. I was in my apartment that I lived in over in Aurora, Illinois, and the apartment I lived in was like number 6. I don't remember the name of the apartment, what number the apartment was, but I lived in it. And for some reason, I always had this problem with FedEx and UPS not knowing where the hell my apartment was, and Amazon too, to a point. So I was visiting Desi over the weekend, and I had come back, and I got an alert on my phone on the way back that something I ordered from eBay or something was out for delivery. So I was like, oh, cool. So I'm pulling into my apartment. I pulled into where the parking space of my apartment, and I see the UPS guy leaving. So I was like, oh, he already delivered my thing. Cool. So I go to my apartment. It's not there. So the guy is still in the apartment complex. And I go and I wave him down, and he goes, what? And I said, where the hell's my stuff? And he goes, what are you talking about? And I said, it says you delivered my package, and it's not there. And so he goes, well, where are you? And I told him, and he couldn't find my apartment, so he turned around and just stuck it in front of a random person's door and left. And I was like, dude, what the hell? Needless to say, I wasn't happy. I was not a happy camper at that point. That he just ran off. Oh shit! Oh, that's the sad part, is that you just have people who don't give a shit, right? The bigger your company, the more you're going to deal with the folks who just don't give a shit, and they don't care because they're probably overworked and underpaid. Part of me gets it, but it's not the fault of your paying customer. Don't take your shit out on your paying customers. I was super pissed. And see, the same thing happens here as well, is that I'll order stuff, and it's Amazon who always does it. I've ordered stuff from Amazon where they deliver to my neighbor's house. Right over there. And the neighbor's house is a different color. So as soon as I see the color, I go, what the hell is it? Why did they deliver it over there? And I'll just go over to their porch and grab it. They don't ever question me because, we know each other. How did a little girl get by these things? Just ran off faster than me. So they don't let you just take home your stuff? So if like you're at your work at Amazon and you just go, hey, well, that's me, that's mine. They won't let you just take it home and save the labor. probably not, considering what a tight ship Amazon tends to run. Yeah, that's what I figured. Amazon's got a pretty tight ship that they run when it comes to that stuff. Oh, bastard, I didn't mean to do that.
Quite the artist.
At least I got a replacement for it. Playing it on easy is probably going to make it more fun for me. So we'll play that? I guess not. Gotta stick to the program. Gotta stick to the way things move, the way things go. Yeah, take that, shithead. Bugs. There we go. Oh. Yeah, that's actually true. Well, of course it's true. You would know. You worked there. It's one good thing I like about Amazon is at least they give you the status of your package, where it is. You know, like you said that the Terminator game came in and dropped, and I've not seen my copy. Doesn't say it's ready for shipping yet, so I don't know. Yeah, it just says order received. Yeah, people want to know where their stuff is. I don't blame them. That's why you order it and hope you get it. The wrong way. Or hope you get it soon, I should say. People want to know where their stuff is. That's... Now, I realize people can be dicks about it. Believe me, I understand that part of the equation, but it never hurts just to say, hey... Oh, this is where Pyramid Head is. Oh, I didn't know I could come in here. Noise here. That's obviously where we can slip through. Pyramid Head being this close really kind of freaks me out. Just gonna go ahead and admit that. It's like something moved. Something was... And the noise you're hearing is out of my controller, so... There's something here. Cool. You know what they need to do is stop getting rid of people because of their political beliefs. Limited runs a shit show of a company because of what they did to that poor girl that was their community manager. They bullied her out of her job, and I have very little sympathy for them. Oh, there's our handgun. And he's just no evidence at all of him shooting anything up. No evidence of having any having any firearms in his apartment. None at all. Not any evidence. No bullet holes. No shell casings. No nothing. I know exactly why it takes so long. Because they make the order usually. That's how gaming pre-orders used to work, guys. For those who are like, gaming pre-orders are stupid. No, they're not stupid. They served a purpose. Oh no. I just heard a noise that I don't like. You know, if you're a company trying to figure out how many copies of a game to make, what I want to bet Pyramid Head is going to be out. Or gone. He's actually gone. Pyramid Head is gone. That scares the hell out of me more than anything else. Oh, it scares me. I pre-order when it's something that I want. And if there's an incentive bonus for doing it. If I'm going to buy it anyway, I might as well get the maximum reward for it. Right. But the thing is that they also make things to order. So if you know, hang on, because I'm getting irritated by these things. There's one. If you are gonna sell 10,000 copies of something, you know, you need to be prepared to order, you know, 10, 12,000 copies. But the only way you can tell you're going to need that many is by ordering that, is by doing pre-orders. Pre-orders used to serve a very important purpose. Nowadays, notice it's all wish list this, wish list that. That's all they care about is the wish list bullshit. But pre-orders used to be a thing. I pre-ordered all my games back in the day, especially when they gave away freebies, T-shirts, you know, action figures, whatever. Now we got this again. Number 4. Number 4. Pyramid Head is gone. Pyramid Head is roaming around here somewhere, and I don't like it. Not that I really want to see how many. I have 18 rounds of ammunition. That's not a lot. The Punch-Out boxing gloves, I actually are a little different. GameStop used to do... Oh, there's a... Take that. They used to grab stuff, and their buyers used to never tell anybody no. We used to get shit that just was so completely stupid. And the Punch-Out boxing gloves were for the Wii version of Punch-Out, which is actually probably the best game. Well, one of the best games. It is one of the best games on the console. And because because the Wii had motion controls, the boxing gloves are made for you to hold the Wiimote in one hand and the nunchuck in the other and punch. They weren't a pre-order bonus. They were just there. And, of course, nobody bought them because they were a complete waste of money. So we ended up throwing them away. And your old pal Enigma here tended not to throw things away when they told me to. And those boxing gloves technically are falling apart. So I don't know how much longer they're going to be viable. They weren't very well made, is my point. Now what? Okay, that's the note to take up to what? Apartment 206? Is that what it said? 102. Yeah, GameStop would throw a lot of shit away. And the markup on them was insane. I want to say we tried to sell them for like 20 bucks. Which if you'd have made them like $5, you might have been able to sell some. And the truth is that for how much they cost to make, they probably would have worked out all right that way. But let's see, 106 coin cabinet, 102 is where. Oh, that's the game discs. GameStop has something that they do, or they did. I don't know if they still do it anymore. It was called Field Destroy, where if you if you were sitting on like usually it was strategy guides like crazy, but they also did it with third-party accessories. So like the Pelican controllers that were made of the cheapest plastic on the face of the earth, and things like that. They would get that. They would hang on to stuff for a certain amount of time, like a strategy guide. They would have a strategy guide for a game that had just come out, and they would hang on to it for like 3 months or so. And then after that 3 months, if there was any guides left, they would tell you to field destroy them, and you'd put a sticker on them, and then you'd put them in a bin, and the district manager was supposed to come by and destroy all that stuff. He was supposed to take a hammer and whatever and rip everything up and destroy everything. Well, district managers never did that. They would print off the list and tell me to do it. So I, in my infinite wisdom, would look at stuff and go, well, hell, if they're just going to throw that away, I'm going to take it. And so I had a lot of strategy guides for a while like that. And it was always like the same shit that they never should have made guides for. WWE games, for instance. John Madden football. They would hang on to Final Fantasy strategy guides for a frickin' year. But, Madden guides, who gives a shit about Madden? They always tell you every year that this year's Madden guide is the most important one yet. And nobody would buy it. Because no one cared. But we would have conference calls about that stuff. We'd be on conference calls about Madden strategy guides. I shit you not. They would take an hour out of my work week to have a strategy guide about the importance of telling people about the John Madden football strategy guide. And I would sit there and just shake my head in disbelief and be like, you've got to be kidding me, right? Anyone knows anything about Madden football knows you don't need an effing strategy guide to play it. You pick your team and you play your game. You get good at it. You don't need a guide to know, oh gosh, this guy's a really good running back. What the hell, man? It used to. Used to have a strategy guide. Do they even make guides anymore? I mean, I'm sure they probably do for like Final Fantasies and whatnot, but look it up, Alucard. I'm flat out telling you, we would have hour-long meetings about that. And the thing is that the people that were holding these meetings were stupid. They had no idea. Garbage chute out of order. Please do not use till problem is resolved. Fuck, naturally. They'd have no idea what the hell they were doing, what they were looking at, what they had. I was on a conference call one time about NCAA football. For those who don't know, I know they're still since the players are now being paid in college football. They are making NCAA football again. For the longest time, they weren't because it was against NCAA bylaws for the players to be paid off of their off their likenesses for college games. And the Supreme Court, I believe it was the Supreme Court, finally shot that down and said, look, you're making in billions of dollars, and your kids that you're supposed to be preparing for the real world aren't getting any of that. That's wrong. So they need to be paid. And in fact, I have a funny story about that. But anyway, NCAA football. It would come out in July. Madden always comes out in August. NCAA football comes out in July. It would come out in July. And the reason why is because you could actually create a player in NCAA football and level them up in college and get them up to be like a great player. Then you could import that character to John Madden football and draft them to your team in Madden, which was a really cool idea. It really is. But the thing is you'd have people who are there's that garbage suit. I was on a conference call about NCAA football. The thing is that people love football in the United States. For my friends in other countries, oh, there's a key, 212. Is he dead? So I'm on this conference call because we weren't doing very well. My store wasn't doing very well with NCAA football reservations. And it's because I live outside of Chicago. Guess what they don't give a shit about outside of Chicago? College football. At least a lot of people don't. This is a pro town. They have a pro town. The Bears are right down the street. Why do we need... Well, not where I live, but this is a Bears town. It's all Bears. All they care about is John Madden football. They don't give a rat's ass about NCAA football. So I'm on this conference call with... because I'm in the bottom 10% of my region in NCAA football reservations. Never mind, I'm in the top 10% of the company in Pokemon reservations, but I decide that's beside the point. I'm on the call, and they get the number one guy in the region on this call. The number one guy in the entire region for NCAA football reservations. And so he's supposed to share some best tips with us, what we can do to get more NCAA football reservations. And you know what he says? He says, well, my store is right across the street from the University of Wisconsin. So during football practice, I just go over and take down their names and numbers and collect $5 from them each so they can reserve their copy of the game and then come back and plug them into my computer. Son of a bitch is right there on from the University of Wisconsin. He's got 200 people in the football program right there to reserve the game. So at the end of the call, it's 212. At the end of the call, we're supposed to go through and say, well, what did we learn from on this call? And you want to know a reason why I'm not with GameStop anymore? Here's a good reason why. Because they asked you, so Enigma, what did you learn from this call? And I said, I learned I should actually pick up my store and move it across the street from the University of Wisconsin. I mean, seriously, that's how... that's how dumb it is that you have no idea. 212. This is 203. You tell me you know nothing. There's 212. You know nothing about your customer base without telling me something you know about your customer base. But that is a true ass story. I should probably I could put that in a video. That would be a good video. But it's just these things that they would do where it was, they had no idea. They didn't know their ass from a hole in the ground. And they're going to sit there and try to act like that. No, well, why are you doing better at this? And it's like, well, geez, it's because maybe someone has an advantage because of where they are or their customer base. Why don't you get me on the phone with some of these inner city stores that don't sell Pokemon and ask them what they can do to improve their Pokemon reservations? And they go, well, it's because Pokemon is not, it's a suburban thing. It's like, yeah, exactly. Just like college football is, a thing for college towns and college areas. Guess where I'm not? I'm there. This is a fixer-upper. Get Chip and Joanna Gaines in here. They're going to do the fixer-upper thing. Get the Property Brothers in here. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. This is where Pyramid Head was. So I'm gonna run like a little bitch if yep. If Pyramid Head shows up, I'm gonna turn around and run like a little bitch. I'm flat out telling you. Exactly. It's not every game is going to be a hit in every area. You know, my idiot boss asked me one time. I was at managers conference, and everyone was doing their Grand Theft Auto clones at this point. And the one that was Activision's was True Crime Streets of LA was the game. And this was going to be the next big thing as far as Grand Theft Auto stuff goes, and it was going to be a big game. Well, I'm in the suburbs with a lot of kids who can't buy, according to GameStop's own code of conduct, their own TOS, their own store guide. The thing is, oh shit, I cannot sell M-rated games to a kid. That it is an offense that is fireable offense to sell an M-rated game to a kid. So naturally, we weren't doing a lot of True Crime Streets of LA reservations in my store. So my boss takes me aside at managers conference and goes, "What the hell are you guys doing?" And I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Well, they're not. You know, you've been gone for 3 days, and they've only taken 2 True Crime reservations." And I said, "How many Pokemon reservations have they taken?" He goes, "That's not the point." I said, "That is the point." I said, "It's exactly the point. Tell me how many reservations they've done on Pokemon." "Well, it's not a focus title." "It's a focus title for my store. You idiot." I didn't call him an idiot, but he is. He is an idiot. He's a moron. And then he says, "Well, you got little gangbangers that come into your store." And I said, "We can't sell M-rated games to kids. It says it in the store handbook, the company handbook. We can't do it. No matter how badly you might want it, it's against store policy. It's against company policy." You have True Crime. Okay. They did 2 of them. There was True Crime Streets of LA, and then there was True Crime Snoop Dogg. Oh, no. They were supposed to do one with Snoop Dogg in it, and it got canceled. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Sleeping Dogs is the closest thing to True Crime now. I think that the people who did True Crime went and made Sleeping Dogs, I think. You must think I'm cruel, but this prison is your own making. This was your choice. I watched you make it over and over again. Good Lord. Is it like a song? Oh. Well, put the apple in his hand and see what happens. Oh my God. That's like weird. Okay, they did do a New York one. Okay, they did do a second one. My mistake. My mistake. I know they were supposed to do one with Snoop Dogg in it, and I thought that one was canceled, but I guess it wasn't. See, I remember a lot, but not everything. Tracy Lords. Hell yeah. Swing. Who doesn't love himself some Tracy Lords? Ugh. Oh, great. Now we're stuck. Right. Where the rooftops pierce through the night. Left homebound footprints. Uh, am I supposed to figure out the combination from... I have no items. That's got to be the key to get out. What the hell is the combination? Oh, damn it. Didn't mean to do that. Again, I do that. Damn right. Snoop wasn't... Well, a lot of rappers were in Def Jam Vendetta. Snoop and a lot of... Okay, there's no numbers in that. Oh, there's number 11 right down there. Something 11. Once again, we have an 11. But where, I mean... Who the hell was locked in here? And you know what I've noticed? There's no shitter in here. So someone... That... Oh, okay, there's a shitter. Never mind. There is a shitter in here. Hey, who doesn't love themselves some Tracy Lords? I get the feeling there's supposed to be a method to the madness of all this stuff on the walls. And floor. And ceiling. How did you get to the ceiling when you don't have a chair? Just... Oh, you got a table, I guess. But the table's stuck there in the middle with the safe on it. So how did you get to the corners? No. That's about right. No TP. You know what that means. I had to use other means. I don't think I have anything that's got... Nothing there. That's all. Maybe so. Maybe this is where they kept Spider-Man. It's 19 numbers. There's a 7 and a 9. How the blue hell am I supposed to figure this out? Oh, you know what it is? Right, okay, this is the order. This has got to be the order. Right where the rooftops pierce the night, right? So the number 7 is footprints. The number 11 is a river. Okay, I'm figuring it out. Kind of. Right to where the rooftops pierce the night. Oh, there's the Deathly Hollows. So something with the rooftops. Yeah, Neil. Are they bringing that out on console? Yeah, they are bringing it out on console. But no pre-order on Amazon. Okay, so we're looking for... something with a rooftop. Okay, so the second one is 7. Last one's 11. So it's 7 and then 11, but there needs to be something before those. And it's going to be a rooftop kind of thing. There's 11. And it's kind of sticking out too. It's like very white. So there should be something very white. That's true. It's also going to be an Enigma peeing time soon. Nothing there. Which I kind of do when I medicate him anyway. Well, I don't kind of do it. I do it. 13. Okay, 13, 7, 11. Let's try that. And they want me to go right, then left. Damn it. Damn it. Ah, get a little crazy. Hey, I got it. Got our first coin. It looks like it's FDR. And a key to get out, I'm guessing. I haven't forgotten about our friend Pyramid Head. He's probably somewhere pretty damn close. There's a bug. 2 bugs. We got another... Okay. Is that it? Oh, yep. There we are. Open that up. Take that. You gotta pee, you gotta pee. That's all there is to it. Your bladder's only so big. It needs to be relieved from time to time. I don't know, something just tells me that I'm beating my meat. We're back here. Okay. All right. Just, well, I would rather be outside, just simply because Pyramid Head scares the shit out of me, guys. I'll be honest with you. Okay, so now they just run off. Alright, I mean, you do you, man. Hey, Daylight, good to see you, brother. How was your weekend? I've been checking my fantasy football team, and we are getting... I'm close to being 7-0 on the season. That's crazy. Small staircase on the second floor. Woodside Apartments. Okay. That's not creepy at all. Sorry, anytime you have mannequins in your game, your survival horror game, you deserve you need to be put into like a timeout, because that is nuts. There's a game on the Xbox 360 called Condemned. Parasite Eve. Oh no, you can't retire. Don't retire. You know as well as I do, Daylight. Fantasy football is all guesswork in the long run. But it seems like that me and one other guy, and we were both undefeated. I didn't even look. Yeah, Criminal Origins. There's a level in that game that is in a department store, and it's all mannequins. It's like wall-to-wall mannequins in this department store. And Condemned Criminal Origins, the bad guys in the game, the enemies, are all randomly generated. So you can walk down, you can be walking through that store, and you can see off into the distance. You're correct. Condemned is an amazing game. You can see a dude walking off in the distance, and if you go after him and you turn the corner and all you see is nothing but mannequins, one of those guys, that guy might be in there. He might not be in there. That's up for you to figure out. It's the creepiest shit. Very creepy game. A second. Oh, we're dealing with you again, huh? Here, take this and that. Hold that for me, would you? Catch this and that. Parasite Eve is a kind of game series that the kind of game that they really should have done more with. There would have been a huge market for it had they done it properly, but they didn't. They released the first game, was really popular. They released a second game that wasn't as good. And then they sat on the IP until third birthday on the PSP, which by the time that came out, nobody owned the damn thing anyway. So it just didn't do that well. And since that time, they've not done anything with Parasite Eve, which just it sucks because it's like I said, it's a good game series. Where the hell am I? 201. Does that to get me down to the net? No, maybe so. Have you never played Parasite Eve before, Daylight? It is, but I mean, they really need to do a remaster on it. Shit, I didn't mean to drink that. Place I've not been yet. Okay. Yeah, the second game's just not as good. I hear somebody. Oh, well. Nummy num num.
Hey, who's there?
It wasn't me.
Big fat guy.
I didn't do it, I swear.
Hey, are you okay?
I didn't do anything. He was like that when I got here.
Oh, you mean the man back there? In the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill him.
It's all right. I'm not saying that you did. My name is James. James Sunderland.
Oh, Eddie.
Eddie, okay. So, you live here, Eddie?
No, I'm not even from this town. It's just...
Something brought you here.
Yeah. Yeah, you could say that. Well, they came at me. I didn't know what to do, so I ran. I came here. Figured it might be safe, but then I found the guy in the fridge.
Easy, deep breaths. Look, this place, it's not safe. These things, this whole town. There's something wrong with it. Might be best if you just get out of here.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, you want to come with? Maybe together we can find a way out of this town.
Oh, sorry, but I can't leave. Not yet. I need to find someone.
Oh.
And, Eddie, be careful.
Yeah, you too.
Okay. Let's take a quick second for me to medicate Whiskey. He needs to be medicated. So give me 1 second to take care of that. And I will be back in a minute, okay? Hang tight. I'll be right back. Is it time for a treat? Let's get Whiskey a treat. Treat time for the whisk. Here I come back to play more Silent Hill 2. Yes, I'm back, everybody. I'm here. And I have some whiskey. He might come back up here because he knows it's an hour until he eats. Come on. Come on, Whiskey. Whiskey. Come on. Come. I know, come is not your best command. Come on, Whiskey. Come on. Come on. There you go. Good boy. He's a good boy, everybody. He's a good boy. He comes up here and lays down. There we go. All right. So Eddie is up. Wow. How old is this place? How old are they? How long have they been here? Because that's not only an old school computer with an old school computer monitor. Look at the discs. They have floppy disks. The old 3.5 inch. No. Yeah, the old 3.5 inch floppies. I don't blame him. I'd be doing the same thing. Yes, it is definitely a 90s computer. So are we still looking at, I mean, we already looked at this guy. Is there anything else there? No? Yep. Oh, look, that's just beautiful. A lot of guys in here. Home run. Gosh, there's 3 more of them. And don't tell me that stroller's not in there for a reason. I guarantee you it is. There's got to be something in that stroller, otherwise why would it be there? except the fact that kids are creepy. Netscape. Ah, Netscape back in the day. Do they even still make Netscape? And battle chess. Oh, shit. Take your acid vomit and... There. Oh, I remember back in the day, Microsoft wanted to buy Netscape, and because that's what they did. See, I told you. Like, don't tell me there's nothing in that stroller. That's why it's there. So we have 2 of the 5 coins, I guess? We're back in here. Okay. Now I remember using Alta Vista and as a search engine and Ask Jeeves. Okay. Maybe. I don't know. We're still missing coins. Yeah, I remember reading that Alta Vista was going to be the biggest, the best search engine out there. That was going to be the one, and of course, then Google came and destroyed everybody. Google came and just blew the doors off of everybody. Google was very relentless. Nothing, nothing, nothing. It's true. You and me both. It's a pretty big deal. Pretty big deal back in the day. Watching the internet grow. Hell, I remember I used to just go on the internet to find funny pictures of video game stuff. I remember that. Inside apartments. Yeah, but kids don't. That's where you have to explain to kids about, you know, with gaming, the BI age, before internet, where we had to... That's where Eddie is. Learn shit on our own. We had to, instead of looking it up online, when we play games, we had to figure it out. None of these open. You know, if I become a somewhat popular streamer, which I hope to do, I don't think I'd ever really want to call myself an influencer, because I don't like the idea that me being able to influence the way somebody feels about something. You know what I mean? And that's, to me, that's where people get too full of themselves. That's where you start to get your Hassan Piker thing, you know? You think you're much more important than you really are. Pardon me. All right. One to grow on. Nothing in there. Health items important. Oh shit, hi! So there's nothing in here. Nothing. It's just there. I just don't think I could really consider myself someone who is influences like that. You know, I want to be grounded with what I'm doing. Remain humble and all, you know, appreciate everything. And I think one of the biggest problems that a lot of big influencers, a lot of these big streamers have these days is I don't think they're humble at all. At all. I don't think Hassan is humble. I don't think Pokimane is humble. I don't think any of them are. There's something here. Wait, what does that say? That's not how you spell no, but whatever. I know I can feel it. It looks all normal, but it's not. It's this place. No, oh, there is something here. Ow. Here, hold this. And this, and this, and that. Shithead. What about you? Oh, you were just hiding. That's not a waste of one. I don't like using them, but you gotta use them, you gotta use them. Oh, don't get me wrong. I love watching stuff on YouTube. I love watching like reaction videos to first time people listening to certain songs or watching movies or something like that. There's a time and a place for it. The thing is that I just one thing that I don't see a lot of is when someone gets, you know, big enough. You know, I'm struggling to get to 500 YouTube subs just so I can make my way a little bit. And you see people who get to like, you know, I've seen them where they get to like 200,000 subs and all of a sudden they change. And I just, I don't want to do that. And I won't do that. If I woke up tomorrow and I had 1 million YouTube subs, I would be as happy as a clam. But I wouldn't be good. I wouldn't be, you know, get the big head about it. Which is something a lot of people do, is they get the big head. Oh, we back here? Oh wait, this is a different place. Hey, get back up. No. Or whatever. Well, G4 was a good idea, and it's still a good idea, but you have to put the right people in charge of it, and they had exactly the wrong people in charge of it. Canned juice. Bloody apple. Okay. What am I supposed to do with the canned juice? I can't be that way. I will never be that way. Remain humble, remain grounded, remain who you are. Don't let fame or fortune or anything else. Okay, we're just gonna throw the juice away. I think I pissed somebody off down there. Now, my problem with Twitch is basically that the leadership is not open-handedly and the only place I am monetized is on Twitch. So it's kind of a means to an end for me. I want to, I wish I could continue to stream on Kick, and I can, but the problem is that everyone every time I streamed on Kick, all I was getting was bots coming to me, oh, add me on Discord, or hey, are you looking for any graphics, GFX? That's all I ever got on Kick. So I kind of, it's like I don't even bother streaming there anymore. And I know there's people who have had success there, and you know, God bless them, but I am definitely not one of them. I was just here. Don't tell me. Oh shit! I did not even see that at all. Dickhead. I kind of wish they'd view bot me, and then I could get partner. That'd be nice to be Twitch partner. But at the same time, you know, I can't foresee myself changing or forgetting. That's the other thing is that I could, with all due seriousness, if I became a huge thing tomorrow, there would be people I would mod because, you know, I mean, you guys have been here and all that, you know, it's great for me, and I so appreciate it. I wouldn't forget. I wouldn't ever go like, well, I don't need them anymore. That's not how you do it. But a lot of people don't get that. They get the big head. I don't care what anyone says. You get to, if you get to, I've listened to people like to Pokimane, and it's not that I have any ill will against her, because I don't. But you listen to her, and you just get the feeling that she just thinks she's that much better than everybody else, and fame has not done her any favors. Oh yeah, that's exactly how it is, Grizzled. You're right. And you see, the thing is I partially get why Twitch does what they do. Okay, there's our blood soda. Or blood apple juice. What was the point of that? Because there it is. There ain't shit here. Oh, it's a coin. Okay, a coin popped out of it. It's of the girl. Yep, I got it. Yeah, again, I don't have any. What the hell is this? Oh, okay, I'm about to say, what the hell? Here, take this, hold this. Where the hell am I now? Oh, I went completely the wrong way. I just know I will never be that way. That's my whole thing. Is I will never be that way. I have no idea what I'm doing. You bet your ass. But I don't, again, I don't have any ill will towards any of the female streamers out there. I don't care if it's Pokimane or Amaranth or any of them. They're smart business people, and I completely understand that, and you know, I am envious of what they've built, absolutely. But I don't have any ill will against them because of what they've built. Oh, okay. Where the hell are we now? I do not have a key. Well, 209 is still open, I think. Looks like we'll have to go a long way around, but we can still see if 209 is... Absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, I have no ill will at all towards them. And when you think about it, since I've become a full-time creator the way that I have, a full-time streamer, it's not just as simple as you sitting down and just playing games all day. There's a lot of other things that go into it, and oh no, I can't get through it this way. Damn it. It's you know, there is work that goes into it. There's planning that goes into it. And then when you are someone like one of them, you have to maintain the way you look. You have to maintain that, and that's not hard. That's not easy either. That is true too, Alucard, and that is something I cannot stand. Is that these guys, and it's always guys that, well, not always, because there are some. I've heard some stuff about ladies doing it too, where because someone is a streamer, because someone is online, or shit. Oh well. Oh, okay. That there's some sort of feeling of entitlement to them. So stupid. I can't believe I just did that. There should be no. There is no entitlement. That's the whole thing. Is that there's no entitlement whatsoever. Can I just? Yeah. Probably better for me to do it from here anyway. We need to go upstairs. I'm over here. There's no excuse for it. Now, but again, this is the other thing, is that there'll be people who will say, I can already hear the naysayers out there going, yeah, but she puts herself out there, and like she's single, like she's she's that, and that is true. That is 100% true. But you have to, I mean, to me, there has to be some sort of time period where you realize what they're there for. You know, they're there to make money all day long. And just because you join her OnlyFans, or just because she says that you're cute, or she calls you daddy, doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't mean that she's interested in you. I mean, in fact, it doesn't mean she's interested in you. It means she's interested in your wallet. That's what she's interested in. I don't know where the hell I am. But you do have to respect their boundaries. You do need to respect them for that. And you can't just assume that because she smiles and winks at what you think is you on screen, that you can take that into something. I'm not saying that it will never happen. I'm just saying that you need to look at who you are, where you are, who they are. Look at how many followers / subscribers they have. Is that they're not looking at you. They're not. And I'm not saying they have any ill will either. Yeah. I'm not saying they have any ill will either. I'm not saying that there are people who actively go out and try to have bad intentions for folks. I'm not saying that at all. All I'm saying is that if someone has a website that has thousands of people who subscribe to it, thousands of people who come to it, what makes you think for 1 second that you're the one? Okay, so that door is locked. That you're the one that she's actually been waiting for this whole time. Again, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that you have to look at it logically. You can't look at it. You can't. The second you start thinking with your winky, you've already lost. I mean, I know people hate to hear this, but Amaranth is married, so you can say what you want. Say what you want to say. Fact of the matter is that chances are she ain't interested in you. She's interested in you subbing. She's interested in you buying her content. She's interested in you becoming a customer. Does not mean she's interested in you. Well, thank God I'm not in my 20s, and I wasn't in my 20s during COVID, because I can't promise you guys I would not have been the same way. You know? In your house, lonely, got nothing going on, turn on the computer, go watch yourself some Amaranth, and wanting to feel closer to her because she makes you feel good. Completely get it. I don't blame anybody for that. I don't blame her. I don't blame them. It's just the circumstances the way that they were. What I do have a problem with is when you turn around and try to. Ooh, there's one. When people try to turn around and make it where now, because you like her, you think that she owes you something, and that's just not how it is. I was wrong. I was wrong, but no, I wasn't entirely right. I need to peel. Okay, that is odd. Like I said, I can't promise I wouldn't have been that way back, you know, if I were in my 20s. Not saying that at all. I probably would have been. Because I was hard up and lonely just like everybody else, you know, like a lot of other guys were. And if it was happening during COVID, Jesus Christ. But you can't look at it like you're owed anything, because you're not. You know what you're owed? What you pay for. That's what you're owed. That's the whole point. That's the entire reason that they show you attention, is because they want you to pay for something. And the second you pay for it, the transaction's over, and you're done. Until you pay them again for something else. And then you get that, and then that transaction is over. That's probably the meanest thing I can say, and I'm sure that if I shouldn't say it like this, but I'm going to because I'm a jackass. The sooner you realize that you're nothing more than a transaction to a lot of these e-girls, the better off you're going to be. Now, if you want to pay them to get your rocks off, that's up to you. That is your business, that between you and her. If she's willing to sell it and you're willing to buy it, that's two consenting adults. Knock yourself out. But don't think for 1 second because you bought one of her videos or bought one of her piece of content that all of a sudden you're her boyfriend or something like that, or she's got the hots for you, because no, she doesn't. Like I said, she got the hots for your wallet. That's what she's got. You are nothing more than in transaction number 616541 that day, or whatever. You know what I mean? That's all it is. Yeah, it is. It's like a strip club. Exactly. And I'm sure you'll go on some of these sites and you'll try to or the people sign it, and then they'll say, no, you're not a transaction. You mean a lot to me. No. But again, just because we've already been here, just because that happens doesn't mean they owe you anything. They owe you what you buy. That's all they owe you. Or look at it like this. Let's look at it even more harshly. Look at how many subscribers that some of these gals have on their pages, and tell me what you have to offer that that the thousands or of people that already give her money are not that are not giving her. Riddle me that, Batman. That's the $1 million question. Good luck figuring that out. Yeah, they tell you what you want to hear. I get that's the whole point of it. That's what they do. It's fine. Whatever you can continue to do to continue to give them money is what they're going to continue to say. And the sooner that people get that through their thick heads, the better they're off they're going to be. And again, it's not like I'm getting on to people for getting into it. If that's what they need, that's what they want, knock yourself out. But you're not anything more to them than the money that you just paid them. That's it. You're $5, you're $10, you're $15. That's all you are. And these guys get it through their heads because the girls were playing with their hearts, which is also something that, again, these girls don't deserve what's happening, what happens to them. That poor girl at TwitchCon did not deserve what happened to her. That's not, that's just terrible. But when you're playing with someone's emotions, you're going to, not that she ever did. I'm just using that as an example. I don't know if she did or she didn't. I've never watched her content. I don't know. Did she even have an OnlyFans? I have no idea. I don't care. But when you play with people's emotions, eventually you're gonna end up breaking somebody's heart, and they're not going to react well to it. So while I am not saying any of these young ladies deserves stalking or assault or anything like that, because they don't, it just kind of sucks that guys fall for that. I can't tell exactly what I'm supposed to do now. My advice out there to all you guys, though. Okay, so she's just a sweet girl. Okay, I didn't know. I've never seen her stuff. I don't know what she's done. I didn't know if she had one or not. She's probably, most people don't. I'm not saying, again, I'm not saying she deserved what happened to her at all, because she definitely did not. None of them do. Even Amaranth, who does toy with people's emotions, and I think she knows she's doing it. Still don't think she would deserve it, because they don't. They don't deserve it. But these guys deal with what they deal with and go through what they go through, and sadly, unfortunately, it involves them. Oh, that's great. I should watch some of her stuff then. And I heard she's gonna press charges. She should press charges against him. She should also press charges against Twitch, but I don't know what her contract status is with her. I've seen pictures of her. She's hot. And guys there are people out there that are messed up in the head, unfortunately. I mean, hell, has the election this last year not taught us that there's people out there that have limited mental capacity? Twitch is going to be Twitch is in a lot of trouble, and they deserve it, and they're going to be in more trouble. I don't know what her, like I said, I don't know her status of contract with Twitch at all, but I can flat out tell you, if she if they made her show up and didn't give her any security and just basically threw her to the wolves, that's not good. No, she should sue. Again, I don't know. It's going to come down to what her thing is with Twitch. That's going to be the whole thing, and I don't know what her status with Twitch is. But if she showed up because she was forced to, and then didn't give her any security, and that happened on their watch, which it did, then she definitely has a lawsuit, as long as she didn't sign any NDAs or anything. I'm surprised that they admitted that she's not canceled after being in business with Asmongold. You want to talk about somebody that is like public enemy #1 on a lot of people's hit lists. I shouldn't say hit lists. That's not what I meant. On their canceled list is Asmongold. There are people who want him canceled so bad they can't stand it. If she was forced and threatened, again, I'd have to see. It all depends on her contract. That's the whole thing. What did they promise her? What did they do? You know, and if just looking at things here. What floor am I on? I'm on the first floor. Okay, let's go up. But the fact that she's in business with Asmongold, I'm surprised there's people out there that don't want her canceled, because they've been after his head for years, as far as cancellation goes. There are a lot of people out there who want to see him offline permanently. Wow. You know, funny thing is that when I was streaming Diablo 4 earlier this year, I had this guy came in and he was trolling me all the time because he didn't like the fact I was playing Diablo 4, which I was just like, whatever, dude. Kiss the fat white part of my ass. And another guy came in and said, "Oh, it's a supporter of Asmongold." Oh. Oh, okay. It's one of Asmongold's supporters that did that, and I was like, I don't care. I don't have any problem with Asmongold. Because I don't. Now where the hell am I? Back on the first floor, out over here. Okay. Whether they're good takes or not, they're still his takes, and he has his right to his opinion. I don't agree with harassment at all, but there's a big difference between criticizing and between harassment. The guy who came into my channel, he was harassing me because he kept doing it over and over again. You know, if he comes into my channel, he goes, "I don't like the game you're playing." I'm like, "Well, sorry, dude, but this is what I'm playing." You know, that's one thing. To just come in and say, "I don't like this." Okay, well, sorry, you don't like it. But continually doing it is harassment. I thought Moist Critical was a I must be completely off my rocker. I thought he was against Asmongold. I thought he was a Exactly. I am the same way. Everyone has their own opinion. Grizzled, you and I could sit down right now and do a big long list of the things that we are most passionate about. You do your list and I do my list, like top 20 things, and chances are we're going to agree on like 80%, 90% of it. But there's going to be a couple of things where you and I both go, I don't see it that way. And that's fine. That's what makes us individuals. It's what makes us all different. Oh, he's co-owner of that. Okay. I really am not sure where I'm supposed to go at this point. The problem I have is as much as I disagree with someone like Hassan Piker, and believe me, I do. I have a lot of things I disagree with him about. I believe he has the right to his opinions. I believe he has the right to say those things. I don't want to see him canceled. Hell, promote him, prop him up even more. It just shows how more crazy he is, you know, and how dangerous that can be. But I don't want to see anyone canceled or gotten rid of because they have opinions I don't like. That's just blah. It's just dumb. Oh, like what's the veteran-owned one I'm thinking about? There's a veteran-owned company that builds PCs. I can't think of the name of it. Doesn't matter right now. They're not my sponsor, so I don't have. They're not sponsoring me. See ya, Grizzled. I'll see you tomorrow, bud. You have a great night. You take care of yourself, brother. Okay, we're back in here. 102. We've been here. We've done all this. One thing I'll say about these survival horror games, a lot of them are where the hell do I go kind of games, and that's what this is. Where the hell is the next place to go? You'd think it would be a lot easier after figuring out that damn safe puzzle, and I didn't look it up. I figured that out on my own. I mean, hell. And here's where Eddie is. Back where Eddie is. Cousin Eddie. Shitter's full. I don't blame Eddie at all, locking himself in a bathroom. What we got here? Where the hell are we? Okay, we're here. Ah, I just had an idea. It's probably a bad idea. I've heard of Linus Tech Tips. I'm in the wrong area. Yeah, I am. got an idea. Just because I'm curious. Ah ha ha ha. Okay, 3 coins in the 5 holes. First sits the maiden underneath the tree. Wind from the maiden doth blow the beautiful flower. And here comes the man, so sleek and fine, in the pale moonlight his eyes doth shine. Oh, okay, so that was the right... I did that correctly. The man doth approach, his blade now revealed, his faces appear behind a shining shield. Behind shining steel. Away from the man, the maiden doth flee towards a flower. Alright, we got the second one done. Where the flower once grew in venomous glee, once was a maiden, but a stone doth be. Whiskey, it's not time yet. The beast who its teeth the flesh doth bore, he who hath failed, she who is no more. The beast who its teeth in her flesh doth bore, he who has failed, she who is no more. Now unto you falls a grievous chore. Who carries the blame for what fate had in store? Well, it'd be the man, right? That's right. Okay. Now we can get into room 201, which has kind of been a pain in my ass. Penis rocket. Better look. How do I get to the second floor? Go up that way, all the way around. Okay, no problem. 201. The room is 201, the one I haven't been able to get into yet. I had to think about that coin puzzle a bit. As soon as it kind of hit me, I was like, oh, there's 2 sides to those coins. I didn't even think about the fact that the snake might have the flower on the... I thought I was looking for 2 more coins. Nope. Not at all. Oh, yes. Okay, Shining. That's right. 230 says Shining. The Shining. So, I mean, I forgive me for asking questions here, but how are the lights still on? If this town has been run over, why would the electricity still be on? Matt, don't ask too many questions, Enigma. Hell yeah. Stanley Kubrick made her do that axe scene like a billion times. Oh, hi. What are you doing looking? Oh, there's somebody back there. Oh, frick, it's Pyramid Head. Is Pyramid Head like... Oh my god. Yeah, no, I don't... Just get out before... He slapped her? What a dick. How does he see? What are you gonna do with it? He's got a big metal head. I hope that doesn't count towards my ammunition. Only a complete moron would try to shoot through that. And Pyramid Head's like, I don't care. Kubrick was an ass. I'm sorry, that is messed up. I'm afraid to even knock on that door. I'd have handed a Pyramid Head, though. He's got a nice place. All except this door. And... enter the other world for the first time. Okay. This is the other world. I guess it is. No map. A handgun ammo though. Yeah, I know she hated it. She hated working with him. I do know that. And I don't really care how you slice it. That's mean to do that, and yeah. Oh, what? It threw up on me? What the hell? That's his job as a director to push her to act, but at the same time, it's like, why the hell would you? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't agree with. I just don't agree with putting your hands on someone like that. Yeah, save place to save. Why would he chase Pyramid Head? That's another question I have here. You see a big son of a bitch running around with a big pyramid, metal pyramid on his head. You're like, I gotta find out what that guy's up to. M on the door. Okay. There's a safe spot. Excellent. Henry fears Scott. He'll run from him and hide. He's fled to the west to the other side. But here comes Mildred with unknown intent. Scott lays face down, blind to her descent. Okay. It's a puzzle. Well, let's save. All right. All right, guys. So we have gotten to the end of today's streams. My understanding is Kubrick was very difficult to work with. Very difficult. That he was a perfectionist, and he wanted things a certain way, like he wanted to act everything himself. So I'm going to go ahead and leave for the day, guys. Tomorrow I'll be back, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. We're going to play Sea of Stars tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow's streams for that. We'll continue with Silent Hill 2, as long as I'm feeling up to it, on Wednesday. And then Thursday we'll start with Sea of Stars, and we will end with Borderlands 4. Depending on how I feel about Borderlands 4's holiday event, we will continue on with that on Friday, perhaps. So if you've not done so yet, guys, please follow me on Twitch, Twitter, and Rumble. If you do me also the favor of subscribing on YouTube, I'd appreciate that. I'm trying to get up to monetization by the end of the year. I am well behind on that. Last time I checked, I was at 286. Let's see where we are right now. It looks like I got another sub today, but I tend to do this thing where I got one sub here and then... Really? Come on. There we are. Yeah, I'm still at 286. Okay. So whatever you guys could do to help me with that, I'd appreciate it. Get me up there. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. It's free for you guys to support too, so that'd be great. All right, so I'll see everybody tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night, and I will see you then. Thank you so much for being here. Alucard, thanks again for the sub today, bud. I appreciate it.